Hello, welcome to my weekend, Monster Hunter weekend. Sorry, I missed a word there. Maybe I should. I need a break. My brain has been skipping words over for the last few days. I hope that it is not too bad for you. And hello, welcome Indrej. I hope that you are having a very good Saturday. I am having a good Saturday. Started well, had some fun this morning. And I am now ready to get this. I hope that the hook works immediately. There we go. So we can jump in pretty much immediately. I hope that also you had a good week. And yeah, okay. I can understand that. The whole situation is unfortunate. Yeah, missing a test on it not being your fault is always a very harsh thing to work through. It is still very unfortunate, and I do hope that it'll be resolving for you, feeling wise soon, and then that in May no such thing happens, and you'll have a smooth and easy test. So I actually do have the correct weapon already. How is the melting pot looking? Not yet in need of any housekeeping, and the box is also still fine for a few rows of items here. Okay. I do keep with doxing as Ember does. You ought not to dox yourself too much. But I'm guessing that Rill is quite a ways away from where you live. Which, of course, understandably does lead to more issues in that you need to get there and all of that. So that is additional logistic that needs to be accounted for, which, first off, yes, is annoying, but secondly also takes more energy and all of those things. Yeah. But what I actually meant is that without knowing where you live, it's far away. That is the important bit here, and I don't need or want to know currently where you live. We're not meeting up or anything, and then that is not information that should be public on the internet. But not being close is the important information, and thus, yeah, I do hope that it's going to work out, that the logistic works out, that it's not putting an undue strain onto you when you are getting to that point. Yes, Deadeye is still at 4. This is a double Pole Pass ticket quest. So let's bring the Farcaster to get quickly back to camp when those Pole Pass tickets drop. Spawn is actually quite nice. And I do hope that I'll be quick enough so that he does not start flying away I see. So that would make it harder, or... Yeah, it would make it harder for you yourself to get there on your own. Yeah, as I said, the longer the distance, the harder the logistics that needs to be organized gets, and that is absolutely something that can cause stress and all of that. So I hope that when the day comes, it'll be well planned and in such a way that you do not need to stress yourself unnecessarily. Okay, that's a crack on the tail. I hope that is not getting punished. It is not. Okay. He's lying down, dropping his tail. Oh no. That was unfortunate. There we go. Up to yellow. Yeah, he does do the salto charge. Or the backflip charge. It's called. I think that's the name. Okay, can I get far enough behind? No, he could not. And it was triple anyway. Monster Hunter Master Mark, hello, welcome in. I hope that you two are having a good Saturday. And thank you very much for the 45 watch streak. It is very much appreciated. Thank you for being here so regularly. It means a lot to me. Okay. That is very good, and I think that is all fine. I know that Wales is a good way larger than where I live, so that's because that's why I only mentioned the country I live in, nothing more. I hope that I have enough damage before he flies away. But yeah, I think it is important to remind people about the risk of doxing when the situation allows for it, because it's such an important thing, and there are too many people on the internet that do not take care of that. So I hope you forgive me my caution in reiterating the necessity for privacy on the internet. Okay, then that is good. So we have the first one down, we sharpened up. The second one should go quite a bit faster since we have quite a bit more damage now with our charged blade. And I'll have a stake quickly here before the other one spawns in. Quite perfectly on time. That is not a tail you really want to get hit by. Even one possible hit is worth it. There we have the crack. Unfortunately, much of his length of his tail is very well armored. Absolutely. Same goes for basically all the wyverns. There are very few where cutting the tail is not going to make the fight easier. And thus there are some where you're not completely able to get the tail. Like Duramboros will always keep the most of the mass of his tail he will be able to keep just because it is such a big part of his weapon equation that you're just cracking the outer shell off. For without his tail he could not really fight at all anymore, and so yeah, they do realize how important that is. Yeah, the pitfall trap, I was not expecting to do anything here. While it's unfortunate, it is something that for the longest time Garuga has been immune to. I have no idea where we're at, though. Okay. Still some ways to go. He is tired, making for a good hitting moment here. That is absolutely fine. I don't mind that. And you tell me whether you're fine with me using my big G rank weapons or whether you want some balance. I am fine with both. pew. And while I am accepting these quests in the pub, the G rank, the G rank guild hub, let's call it like that. Okay. So we'll be able to get through pretty quickly. This in particular, bloody hell, you're starting to make me worry that I'm unable to catch the shinies again if I don't immediately pick them up. And I just... It is something that has resulted in a lot of silly moments for quite a while. But I dislike it if my shinies disappear on me. So that is 2 more tickets. Let's see what we can smithy with it. If I do remember correctly, the worst case scenario is that I do need to upgrade the armor instead of the weapons. And I do have 1 upgraded armor piece already, so let's see if I have gotten enough for a weapons upgrade. I'm not exactly sure which Deadeye material is missing. I'd be guessing for carapaces. Yeah, I'll be having you for my melding pool. So let me know when you're ready and I'll be happy to join up. Okay, let's have a look. The next weapon on the roster is the hammer. What do I... okay, that's why I haven't upgraded them yet. Okay, that is 1. And let's do... Actually, let's do like this. And then the one after that would be the lance, although I do not think I have enough for that. Missing a carapace, so... Let's do the upgrades. Oh, I need... No, that's Dread King. Deadeye. There we are. You need shells, not carapaces. Good. So that's those 2 tickets used up. We switch to ice, and we go... remove a Thunderlord. Or 2, actually, in this case, if I... No, Thunderlord is a different quest. Thunderlord is not a Hall Pass ticket quest at this level. It is a arena quest with Gendrome. Luckily, both are weak against... yeah, luckily both are weak against ice, and I am going to go fetch something. I am going to switch out the talisman. Having the 10 or 15 plus in thunder resistance is very much worth it here. Okay, let me know ID and password. I'll be pinning it, and then I'll be joining it. I'll be taking the opportunity to fill up my glasses a little bit. And I'll probably... Although, what I think I'll be doing is use a few more weapons than just a longsword. If you press start, at below the menu there'll be a new box that contains the hub ID. I can't show it here, but yeah, it will be below the normal menu. Let's bring these into their temporary positions. I think I'll be trying out some spear then today. Okay, thank you. Let me pin this and then 339957. There we go. Okay, I do not need to take care to push my thunder resistance here quite as much. So I'll be going for the normal convenience of knowing when a monster is starting to weaken. A boot to the head. Okay, I'm going to want to look at the arts. I do forget to switch them. I've been told Striker is quite good, so let's bring it. And let's try like this. You can either switch the quest for this is Macau, if I remember correctly. But we can do both. That is absolutely not an issue for me. And that is fine. Don't worry about it. Let's go say hello. I always forget that at night the Larinthoth are in this part. I don't know why their normal meadow is not safe enough for them during the night. Here you are. Oh, okay, I see. It's very, very close to the guild style. And he is running away. Don't worry about it. You're playing a longsword. I absolutely expect to get knocked about. I know any longsword is trying to minimize that. That is what I do myself, but don't worry about it. Okay, what does the corkscrew salt do? Do you want to capture? Okay, I'm not seeing the trap. Okay. Got killed by something jumping about. That is fine. Don't worry about it. I am not used to... Well, it's getting better, but I'm not capping very much. So, if you do want to do so, let me know in advance. Then I can remember, which by now is working pretty fine, that I ought not to hit it too much after it getting weakened. I like it, but I do feel like it should have been like half a meter lower on the back. That would have distributed everything a bit better. It just looks a bit wrong carrying that big lump on the back there. This is a lance, yes. Normally, I'm a longsword main, and that is not really changing. But the reason I've taken upon myself all this grind on with the deviants is to diversify my weapons a little bit. And since that is not ready, I'm currently taking very decent pure raw damage weapons with good sharpness, about which at the moment, or for a while, for a moment in the during the stream today at least, is going to be a lance. I wish I could do the hunting horn properly, but not only am I very inexperienced with the song sheets of the different hunting horns, it is they're even more critical what exactly you're bringing along. So for most weapons, if you have a decent raw sharpness, that is going to be helpful for basically everything. But for hunting horns, there are definitely song sheets, i.e. notes that you can play, that are more useful for some monsters than others. And as such, having a good collection there is more important than actually any other weapon. Which means I hope only to be decent later with the hunting horn, rather than really maining it absolutely whenever you are ready. Yep, have that. It's hard to say, but have that a half a meter lower, I think, would be best. Okay, you want to cap again? That means I'll be bringing the material as well. And I'll be able to ping as soon as the monster is weakened enough to be able to be captured. Plus it means, and that is something I want to say reasonably paranoid about, but I've gotten a lot better there as well. But I can't help but worry that, because it happens so much, when you set down a trap, the monster's going to move, fly away, and you have wasted a trap. So bringing having two traps is a lot, is helpful a lot there for my nerves. And of course, in my memory, those quests where that happened, especially often on, were quests where you could not kill the monster, you had to capture it. And yeah, we never capped even the really hard monsters. We used the traps to get them in and weaken them in Freedom Unite, but not really capping, not doing caps a lot unless they were needed. And the group I was playing back with, then the group of friends, we were not very much about capturing. Okay, yeah, you would only need one, and I think the shock trap, being the cheaper one, is the nicer one to use, or at least it is my preferred trap. Yeah, that is what I think so as well. There's not really a difference there, which for us back in the day in Freedom Unite meant not bringing traps and not bringing trank bombs meant that we had 2 more slots we could fill up with mining materials or gathered stuff or insects, because then the inventory space, the backpack space, was a lot less than it was today. You didn't have the specific on-quest pouch. Okay, there he is. Okay, did not get my shield up in time there. Okay. Reasonable to be pushed back like that. I do want to... There we go. And that's not what I wanted. Okay, let's see. That's the other leg broken, and I'm really going to try to break the teeth now. That is one. Okay. I'll be setting a trap. Oh, and he's running away. Should have... No, wouldn't have worked out either if I had tried to go the other way. He'd be gotten up too quickly. Oh, that's another shiny disappearing. There we go. Okay, let's see what the two charged things do. Okay, yeah, I forget. You only have 20 seconds instead of the normal minute after a capture. But that is not... That's not bad. I'll find out at one point. When you block, it will heal you. I was guessing something like that. But I maybe was hoping for a... for a more general effect, but if it heals you when you're blocking, that is already actually quite a strong thing. There we are. Gypsaros. Okay. I hope I can work my lance precisely enough to get the head to help with the head break. That makes him instantly a lot less annoying. Welcome in Arctempet. Yes, I am back to Monster Hunter GU. Thank you, and I hope that you are also having a good Saturday. And thank you for stopping by, and I wish you good luck for all your endeavors today. I am happy to hear that. Yeah, somebody has had a little bit of misfortune running into Gypsaros here. Oh, that is something, though, I might want to test here. If he's jabbing to steal something and you block, I don't think he'll be able to steal from you since you're defending. But it is it is something I would want to test out. Then again, I might not get the opportunity. If I can block the poison, I should not have an issue. That's not an issue. Okay. Why I could not block there, probably the angle was bad. Okay, there we have the bloody horn. Okay, why did I think to charge with that little? Whoops, sorry. I was wondering if that was doing stun damage. Didn't think I'd be running quite through like that. Okay. Oh, I made a mistake. I brought a trap, but a useless trap. Okay, I think he's flying down. Okay. Yeah. I am so used to using shock traps, but Gypceros is still immune to shock traps. If I can distract them a little bit. They are capable. Gypceros is capable. That's why I'm... Oh, you want to do it like this. You are waiting for this moment. There we go. A dead Benahabra. That is actually very nice. Their materials are quite rare. Yeah, that was very nice. I'm happy we got the headbreak rather quickly. His flashy crystal is a rather annoying thing. But it went very well. And we're going for the next one, but... Oh, yeah. Okay. Traps. Let me... Item set, register, edit name. There we go. This is the simple variant of that. Then we make small, well, then let's make it S for small. I am ready whenever you are. Oh, and I just saw we were having some ads, so for everybody who has had some ads, thank you very much for your patience with and during the ads. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. That is absolutely fine. I hope you'll be enjoying your lunch, I'd be guessing. Okay. You're confusing me. I'm used to crabs spawning in area 7. So absolutely time to make some food. There we are. I hope you'll have something tasty and enjoyable. And if you, when you come back and there is more room and we're not in G-Rank Quest, you're very welcome to come back, and I think I should clarify that. With that I mean if I am doing multiplayer in G-Rank, then of course it depends on everybody whether they also are fine coming back down to low rank. I know that I am. but not everybody in that moment might be fine with it, and so that is what I meant. Come on, point. That is something only a lance can really do. That is very costly for stamina. You can't catch all of it. Going a little far there. As a longsword, I would not try to get the back too much. I'd focus on the claws and legs. It's normally the other way around in that the hammers and so are focusing on the head. Although a hammer will still want to focus on the face here, but the lance might want to break the back here. Although a hammer will also... Okay, you come... That counted as from behind me. Oh, and I just saw something. He's capable. Yeah, we're not getting him here. We are getting him. He did not move away. Ah, that's... Can't trip you up, no. That's unfortunate. I'll be putting down another one here. Are you kidding me? You do not want him to come up below the trap. That would destroy the trap. There we go. It's going to be... In a way, yes. It is why usually if I do have to cap it and I am by myself with only a single trap, I will be waiting for them to switch areas. Thank you for joining me too. It has been fun. Again, if you come back and you want more and I'm not in another multiplayer group, then I'll be happy to join you again. You too. Take care. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Should we not see each other again. And I'll be going back to the Hunter's Pub. And I'll be getting to the Thunderlord. I was planning on fighting before joining Drage here. So, some more thunder resistance have I don't think I have eaten already. So, focusing on more thunder resistance, of course. Moxie is not an attack that is all that useful. It should be fine, but it's a double monster. I do want to be a little extra prepared here, and I forgot to... Yeah, I just switched the weapon. I forgot to do something important. Manage equipment. Where is the lance? There we go. Sets, register. And I already had the lance registered. Okay. That's good to know for next time. But like this, I can put on the skills and style properly. There we are. Enjoy your lunch. And I do have the provision division. Okay. That's a good moment. Okay, there we are. Style and arts under status. For when I do want to check that. I'll be bringing a few of the supplies here, even though they are not the most useful, except the mini whetstones, of course. Whetstones are always terribly useful. Okay. So far, Zenogre seems to be fighting my cats. Yeah, that's a broken quest. That's a charged Thunderlord. Okay. Gendrome is hitting a bit much here. Felt like Thunderlord was protecting Gendrum there. Okay. And I'm paralyzed. That's going to... not be great. Okay, Gendrum is almost dead. Come on. Okay, that's why I couldn't advance. I was in the wrong place. Okay, that's Gendrum down. It's only a timed reprieve. He is going to be respawning at one point. You do not have to kill him again if he does. But we have a charge already. Or we have 2 charges already, which is going to be helpful. Where are they? There we are. Okay, very nice. Although I'm seriously not unhappy to have them. And a double hit. One stuns, the other took me away there. Uh-oh. Okay, you had enough distance. Are you kidding me? No, you're not. Okay. I had some hit there, better than no hit. Okay, I'm going to go for the tail. And then in the pitfall trap, we'll hopefully be able to take care of the second horn. And then also much more of his health. Not to worry about Gendrum respawning. But I also do need a second to sharpen. Okay. Did not... I was hoping for him not to charge quite as quickly. Come on. Of course he's getting me there. Not great. And the issue is that I don't want to dial back the aggression that is getting me into hot water. For Gendro might respawn. Okay. Some more very strong damage here. Oh no. Come on, I dodged properly into that. Too aggressive, too aggressive. I do not want to fight both at the same time. But if I go to try and hit Zinogre when he is very clearly been charging up a hit, a pound for a while already, then I ought not to be surprised if that hits me. Okay. I did get the Wyvern tier at least. Okay. I am happy to see that Gendrome is in the shock trap and not the other way around. Oh, okay. I was really worried about a second pound there from Zinogre. Luckily he did not. Ah. That was quite close. Gendrome almost got me killed. Okay. In a way, finally. Gendrome. And it's worry just... was making me go too aggressive. Let's... If we come back to, when we come back to the quest, let's try to just... to focus on Zinogre first, try to kill Gendrome before Zinogre dies though. Oh no, he survived. Barely, but the second Gendrome survived. Okay, I'm getting good rewards. And the 2 tickets I was waiting for. Oh, I need horns, don't I? I need horns. I need Zinogre, normal Zinogre horns in the dozens. Don't I? Okay. First up would be the dual blades. Electro Fur. Hammer. No. Electro Fur. Lance. Electro Fur. Indeed, Electro Fur and a bow. What? Let's guess Electro Fur. No, that's the horns. Okay, in that case, I don't mind upgrading the armor here. So the bow is upgraded, and then we'll be doing the gauntlets. Let's do Hellblade, and then I'll be picking some Electro Fur Plus. I think it is. Sorry, let me just check it. That I'm not going into the Electro Fur. That might even be low rank. That even might be low rank. Water for our bladed opponent here, or I do think our bladed opponents, we need to kill at least 2. And I can go back to the other amulet. Let's do that. I'm currently getting used to... Oh, okay. That was the reason. That was one of the reasons he did so much damage. Which, again, it's fine. If I do forget to properly do the things I wanted, then I have, sorry, nobody to blame but myself. For these, I don't think I need to bring anything extra. And it's been a while since I had to combine mega potions on my own or during a quest, so even if I do need a bit more here, I ought to carry more than enough resources in order to finish out the quest. Scush. I still struggle believing that a monster this big can also be this evasive without it feeling bad or cheap. And hey, I did manage to get my first charge on that attack. Okay, that was a big boom. He does not want his tail broken, so the timing of that close is so hard to get right. Okay, let's heal up a little bit. Oh! I was trying to do something else. I was fully expecting to get hit. Okay, and that was another big boom. Again, he's trying to keep his tail out of my reach. Let's pick up the shiny he dropped here minutes ago. That's a good solid hit there. And we have another shiny, of course. Okay, he got the furnace. Now roaring with the hell powder. Come on. Hey! Okay. Sometimes wonder. And he is running off. That probably means that he has dissipated the throat power up. You bloody... I am not a fan of the Aptonoth. Not quite as annoyed by them that I am by Fango and Bulldromes. But they are more annoying than Genprey. Oh, come on. Maybe he can go into the trap still after all. Not that I have any trank bombs. But simply for an easy kill. No, he's... Okay, for a moment I thought he wanted to get out there. No, he was croaking it instead. Okay, well, I'm still seeing purple. I am going to sharpen before the next one arriveth. Ups a daisy. Let's go pick on a few minerals so we can bring them along. Don't think there is anything. Yeah, no, I did carve the tail. The part of the tail that came loose. There we go, back. Back to red immediately. Let's have another mega potion. Even threw me down there. Do-do-do. Yeah, that was a tail crack, for which I am happy already. If I could, I would prefer to take another removal. We have a shiny here. That's not good. Okay, let's go fetch the shiny. Hell, come on. Okay, he's not inside. Come on. Okay, and he also does want to move on. Come on. Yeah, that was a big boom. Oh, does that mean I cannot... Does the tail need to be in the bomb status? For the normal one, he needs to be in just simply red. And we have another shiny. That might have been dropped by one of the cats, though. Although, no, we did have an explosive... It's a wyvern tier. It's something of Glavenus's. There is the tail. Okay. We get another tail. He is basically almost down and out. Probably lost the hell power charged throat here. Yes, exactly. Okay. That's... You are such a nuisance. And they don't even give me anything reasonably valuable. They're just big, dumb nuisances. No, I can and want to bring that as well, and then... Distance deliver. Cool. I need to improve one more weapon, namely the light bow gun. And then I have quite a few more armor pieces. I have no need for those. Here we are. There we are, all good. So I'm pretty sure I need more Hellblade powder to continue. Light bowgun. No, I do not. So... Light bowgun. Fully upgraded. Yeah, why not? Let's go for that. $10 and $10. Do, 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 do. There we go. And I can do a little bit more here. A little bit it is, though. Let's improve that up to 11. Do I have enough? We did have enough. And now we are getting into the big roll of all 12 original deviants. Where are we? There we are. Either the God Chaser or the Principal Flame. My two main... My two main fire longswords at the moment. Sorry for interrupting myself there. No, that's not what I need. The honey is done, but I don't need any right now. And one more quest to finish up the melding pot here, which is fair. So normal, this is absolutely not going to be a big issue, and I do need to unpin. I am not in multiplayer anymore, so the pin is not necessary. Okay, I got a little bit distracted, cleaning up, mostly cleaning up the show here. Snow Baron Lagombi. That's again Hunt 2. I do need to have some extra precautions in addition to the normal Farcaster. Yeah. Yep. I have everything. Let's go. Remove this bunny from being able to trample and make people's lives miserable. And I completely forgot to have something to eat before the hunt. Well, that is my issue. Luckily, Lagombi is but a pushover. No, Snow Baron is definitely a menace, or menacing. I think the connotations between those two words require that differentiation. I went for that hit, but while I had the timing and angle and everything down, I did not run far enough in order to be able to catch him, not as in trap him and then trank him, but to catch up to him. Oh, that is annoying. If I could have avoided that, that could have gone for a very nice stun on him. No! Oh no, not the entryway. Oh, they've already killed me, or carted me rather, but did the shiny that was about here disappear? I thought there was a shiny here. Yeah, he is moving on. It's not even weakened enough to hobble away. That mine came just a second too late again. First one I had the angle to pass through, which made me roll into the next one. Well, we have the trap set. Come on. There we go. And he is running away. Okay, the first one down. That took a while. Tira, hello. Good morning. I hope you're going to have a good Saturday and that so far you slept well and had a good start to your Saturday. And it is the top of the hour. We have more ads. I am sorry that you need to have the ads as soon as you come in, Tira. Thank you though for everybody who has those ads and is watching them. It is very much appreciated. Your patience with and during these ads is very much appreciated. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, that's actually a really nice trap. And that's the ears smashed much faster than his cousins, brothers, sisters, friend's first roommate or something. Again, I'm getting hit by the second one after finding the gap in the first one. Slightly off. Okay, that is a big snowball dropped onto the head. And I have not sharpened. That's a lot of pain. I am not surprised he's angry. Also, no, he does not yet want to run away. Come on. Okay, I have lost my hot drink. I do need to refresh that. But I also need to refresh my sharpness, although that is a rather more manual task. The hot drink, as soon as it is drunk, helps me out from the inside automatically. And I'm not sure how far we've gotten. I would have hoped not to have caught that icy wind at the edges there. Okay, no idea why you flinched back. I was hoping for your scream. Okay, we are moving on with a generally unhappy Snow Baron here. I don't mind, I'll be happy to help. Let me finish the quest quickly, and then I'll either join or open up the hub. That is as you want. Okay, I was not wanting to get hit there, but on the other hand, that made for a very nice slide to death for Lagombi here. I do have a Farcaster, for I did remember the necessity of one, and then I can bring the Paw Pass ticket and deliver it. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right there. I have some housekeep. Oh, I'll join in. I'll do the housekeeping afterwards. Let me pin your message now. There we are. Connect. Oh, you had a typo. Okay, that is fine. Let me come in and I'll be having a combined pin of the password and the correct. Okay, something I've done wrong. What the hell did I input there? 23. I think I restarted the password without deleting the old. Okay. Copy, paste. And then I can pin this with the complete information. As I did before, I'll be switching up a little bit here. Let's bring these. I should have... Okay, my funds have decreased by quite a bit more than I thought. That is working out. I do want to do this part of the housekeeping. So that's a 6-6. And I'm going to have a minute for the melding pot. Doesn't seem like I got anything I wanted. This is luckily pretty fast. Okay, so far so good. Yes, that is a water attack talisman that I don't need, and that is where the ones start that I do want to keep. Okay. Quick stuffing with stuff. Hunter, hunter. Okay. I am sorry for the delay, but I am ready now for the next 10 quests. So let us slice and pound this unfortunate yeah, it was just the swampy water here, not... Fury, hello, how are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. No, I have still about 3 hours left before the end of the stream. And I am currently helping Tira on a file to grind some low-rank Royal Ludroth gear. In a way, yes, I've found myself helping out in low rank quite a bit, low and high rank. And I made the decision basically to... Okay, that missed completely. To then use the other weapons with the Atal'Ghar stuff, so that I can get a bit of practice in while helping out. I am by far not as proficient with them as with the longsword, but that ought not to matter much here. I was playing some lands before. Striker style, we had, I think it was last week, I was talking with people about it, that Striker might be the better style than the normal guild style, which I'm more used to. And I have to say I now understand why people were saying that, because the third hit in Striker style, while it's like a normal one and thus a lot more controlled, and you need to aim less since it is going into the same direction as the other thrusts. So instead of forward and then slightly raising it. So yeah, I think Striker style makes more sense for the lance than guild style. But Adept Dual Blade is very fun as well. Okay, absolutely. I am, depending on how it goes, I'm not promising coming up to G rank again for, before I did say I'll be helping out here, so we'll have to, but you'll know, and if you do want to jump in here, that is fine as well. Maybe we'll put up a few more of the harder quests towards the end. We'll see. Or I'll see, rather. I wanted to look for something. Correct, I did want to get... No, not... There we are. Sell some stuff here. Let's start up in front. That's all fine. That's a few too many deodorants, and that is actually too many. Managed to collect a few there. Too many cool drinks. Again, that's collecting. Tira, if you do want to continue, post the next quest and I'll be coming. You don't need to be considerate here. Of course, if you are looking into some housekeeping or armor stuff or so on yourself, then by all means don't stress yourself about it. Saplants for the moment remain. Why do I have 2 stacks of gloam glass roots? That makes some of the mushrooms make more sense because you can work them into armor, but 3 stacks of iron or 3 stacks earth crystal, mahalite, or double disc. Double here and double triples, although double only for the firestones. Do-do-do-dum. Do-do-do-do-do. And double armor spheres of each type only as well. Okay. Let's get back. I'm not sure. Oh, let's have a look at least if Tira is waiting around here or... Nope. She is also doing some housekeeping stuff, so let's go continue. I'll be checking from time to time or come out and when the bell rings. Double flash. Double flash is more than enough actually. Double shiny. Double Hercule. Double Fulgor. That ought also to be sufficient for ores, but if I'm honest, ores all feel like more troublesome to have enough of. Yeah, that's a lot of monster bone plus I accumulated there. And we have the bell ringing. So nicely put that back up. I do want to sort through it such that everything else gets back in the end and not into the gaps that I had left open. Nice armor. Is that complete already? It is. And if I do see that correctly, that is the male armor, isn't it? Do, 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 do. You do buffies. Yes, indeed, you are carrying a hunting horn here. It's a very kinetic performance in that the musician really needs to move hard here. But we are nicely buffed here. And now with this added strength, with this moral support, we'll be attacking this Royal Luderoth. I did pick up a paintball, so I don't want to forget to use it. That's more it, actually. Being so used to the longsword, I forget that I do not need to wait to go into my special mode. Well, I don't actually have a special mode per se with a longsword. You are... Okay, I hope I didn't hit you there, Tira. Okay, that is definitely Ludroth saying that he has had enough. Oh my, I got... Are you playing in the Alchemist style? I did not see the barrel. Oh well. And I just... Oh, okay. Fireworks indeed. A good, delicious meal. Well, decent meal. I did not flex with... Actually, though, why am I doing that part here? Where I need to look about and worry if I can do it here. We did this part. We did get to the bones. To a degree, at least. Elder Dragon Bone, and that is large Elder Dragon Bone. That does add a little bit. So that is double brute. Jumbo, jumbo. Let's go. On one hand, it looks really cool this way, with the huge blades looking like wings from the front and from the back, but you have the feeling that compared to so many other things, this is just huge. This already looks huge in comparison to the lance that you're carrying, Tira, so yeah, this is something big. So this fisherman got carted as well. I can understand his apprehension to the perpetrator. Yes, that makes sense. I was not expecting something especially different with that, with your lance you're carrying. You can continue. I am waiting for you. I don't want to go in and start basically kill the monster before you arrive. But yeah, if you even the shield, even the shield you carry looks smallish compared to let's charge up a little bit. Oh, that was a very good hit. Okay, this time I remember the shiny, this time I remember the tail. Nice, some more dash extract. Seriously, not something I'm going to... Striker Lance, yes. I've tried it. Before I was playing with Drage before a little bit, and I took the Lance out there, and Striker Lance is quite a lot better, although I think that I don't have the Striker Lance saved. Maybe I seriously should switch around a bit more. That is unfortunately level 1. That is level 3, level 1, level 1. I say unfortunately, although it is not all that unfortunate, it's just the way it is. Let's go switch Lance, and I do want to make sure... No, I am in adept. That is not what you want to see. Corkscrew jab, healing shield, and shield assault. And then I'm going to quickly re-register it in the correct position. The one big thing that I am missing for the insect glaive, which I do want to take out a little bit, is a properly leveled Kinsect. Okay. Brute bones I cleared out. Stout bones not yet. Massive bones are good. Dragonbone relics is a single stack fine. Irregular or double stacking. Irregular stout or double stacking. Slog should be double stacking. Yeah, I'll be keeping those like this for now. Piercing, sharp. Yeah, that's going to be a big influx there. Elder Dragon Blood, pure Elder Dragon Blood. We only need a single stack. And I have some gold eggs to sell. You are fine. Poison, toxin, deadly. I think we'll be fine with just single stacking all of these. Okay, that's 20 flame sacks. That's many inferno sacks. Droth said finished. Congratulations! Very nice. Nice armor, nice hunting horn. Okay, freezer, cryo, dash extract. Again, I am going to keep much of that. The normal hyper extract I'm going to pull down, and here I also am going to only to keep single stacks, although I don't think any of the material here is already at a risk of overflow or has overflowed, so okay. Those are Kelby horns. fluid, broth, and essence. I have a few too many wings. That is a lance. Okay, so this is the Luderoth lance, I'll be guessing. Quite a bit of wood worked in. It's the Macau gun lance. Okay, yes, from this angle it's clear. Yeah, that's Macau. That can't be Luderoth, but still, very nice. Some Alteroth, some more wings, some razor wings. Yeah, that is absolutely fine. So some more Luderoth, getting everything for a female hunter, rather, I should say. I don't need all that many bird wyvern fangs. Okay, we have one hide over there, one claw here. Again, Prey Fang only need to be a single stack since Thunderbugs can do the traps as well. Okay, here we're going over by a little bit. Which I don't mind transforming into a little bit more cash. I was really surprised to have found out there that I went down to only about 6 million zenny. But armor and so on is often quite expensive. Okay, that is Charge Blade with Kezu armor and... I'm not sure from whom the blade is. Nope, that is fine actually. I was correct to move on. Okay, I forgot to take a look. Deadeye, so about... let's say page 8, that is good enough. Slayton Luderoth. Let me have something to strengthen myself. And then we can go on. Oh my, I do think that that poor mother has a little bit of an issue. Do we have a side quest? Maybe we ought to kick one of those Gargoyle and bring some eggs about. There we are. The Yagi, luckily, are not... Sorry? Let's follow. We might want to kill whatever large monster is here as well. Oh, he's coming over. Sorry. Now that I see it a bit better, is that not Cephalos's charge blade? Okay, that is not exactly what I wanted. I do want to sharpen. Some more carving targets here. Probably need to get hit to do the block there. And to heal. Which is actually what I was expecting. You can't just go into these stands. That is the big one down. Okay. There is one that just gave up here. And had lain dead already. We need 2 more. And I think we ought to find them here in the behind the waterfall. Yeah. We were talking about weapon size before, and it seems so clunky to carry this high on your back. I'd want it like a good half meter further down so that it's at ankle height rather than knee height. That is, of course, going to... I hope you got the necessary Ludroth material. Well, if not, we can just go back and do some more. Page 8. So somewhere here we have that fur. Might have even gotten to the fish material here. And that is partially still the reason I am carving anything and everything. Because even quote-unquote bad materials can be can come in handy to fill the coffers back up. Some drill tusk. Some drill tusk stuff. Come on. a few black pearls to sell. We're having ads in a few minutes again, so everybody who will be getting those ads when they're coming up, thank you all very, very much for your patience with and during the ads. It is very appreciated. Thank you very much. Some tail spikes to sell, very nice. Some silver wind scales, I've collected quite a few of them. Some wing talons, I will be keeping that. Do you have the island to go exploring on, or do I need to accept the quest, Tira? It's HR2. Okay. That is low rank. 2. There are no requirements to join, but there are requirements to accept it. Let me bring a Farcaster. Let's do this properly like this and bring a Farcaster. I actually could take a look here in the back. Got a few more nitro shrooms and of course, if you are mainly going for the gathering part here, nothing is as valuable as a good Palico. They're not in need of anything else is very, very welcome if you do want to have the biggest inventory bag, or the biggest item bag, in order to be able to carry home half an island. I am wondering what the opposing, or what the big monster on the map is. For some reason. Oh no. I'm not sure what you mean with that being level 4. But let me see if I can't smash this back into tiny, tiny pieces. Okay, I'll be taking my time here to really get in the hits onto the shell, if possible. I am used to quite a bit more mobility with weapon drawn. But I'll be easily able to get used to this. He's turning too much. Okay, that is the first break. To get the horn, though, I think we do need... We do need more. Okay. The poor thing is dragging himself away here. And again, I was pretty slow. Because I did... bloody hell, my... Bad muscle memory. Bad muscle memory. Can you stop that? I am sorry, I was trying. I'll be bringing the hammer next time. for him, and then I'll be able to properly smash that shell into pieces. Okay, are you ready to go home? Or do you want to do some more collecting? Okay, Tira is doing another run through the fourth area, which is where the most... Okay, I have now the jab here. Okay, that is indeed a jab and not a charge. That is good to know. That is something you can charge up. For example, when Hermitau goes into his defensive mode or stuff like that. This may be in the description I am not terribly fond of. We did not get the mini whetstones. I know in Freedom Unite... Let me have a quick look. I don't think there are many Thunderbugs on this map. No. No. Okay, bloody hell, where is the... There we are. Great Thunderbug. Gives the carve or pickup thing here, but nothing else. Just Thunderbugs. Just Thunderbugs, the main source for me is the Trading Cat, but I don't think you have that necessarily unlocked yet. And you snuck up on me. There's some village quests, there are some hub quests that reward them. Okay, that is something I am happy to hear. I have a few too many glutton tuners already. It's been a bit, but I don't quite remember that you needed to do much of this in the modern ones, especially not Rise. That's the one I remember the best, but Wilds even doesn't have much of this. You're going out just to go fetch a bit of stuff. So yeah. I ought to also keep the correct place in mind. Oh yeah, no, I was through here already. Duramboros Carapace, and then a lot of Cortices. The Cortices are less needed. Oh, okay. Apparently I did go through here. Yeah, no, I remember. I had checked out... Oh, yeah, no, I had checked out quite a bit more already. We can sell a bit of the chines here. Shards and shells are not the same. Okay, nothing to sell here, which is a little bit... Which at the same time is expected and a little bit disappointing. For this would give a ton of money. Why not just 20 from here? How much? Yeah, just 20. Yeah, okay, the burned husks. Commendation G. Unfortunately, that doesn't have any value, but it is going to remove it from cluttering up my inventory. Same here. A lot of these lower ranking tickets I currently have no use for, and so I prefer if they were not cluttering up my inventory. Night Cloak is on the a bit on another side. Okay. We can try for the tail. I'll be switching the weapons for that though. Take something that is going to make that easier to do And then I'll be focusing on the tail and it should come off pretty quickly. Okay, sorry, I'm going to take one more, for I have forgotten something. And while I am not worried about my health, I do want to keep my stamina up. And the dual blades especially are very stamina intensive. Yeah, that was a lot of hot air. And there we have one tail removed. Did I kick you off? In that case, I am sorry. Come on, sponge. There we go. I'd say that was a successful hunt with a cut tail and a few shinies. You failed the mount. Okay. I was worried. I know that in 4 for you can kick the rider off if you attack and flinch the monster. And while I thought that that would not be the case anymore in GU, I could not help but worry when you came off there. Oh, you didn't expect him to flail twice. So he caught you unawares and bucked you off. Okay, that is That was unfortunate, but I mean, I'm pretty sure you'll be doing better with most mounds than I would. So yeah. Although I don't want to say that I'll be doing badly, just that I am not the big mounter, and as such, I'd be guessing that you have more experience. I do want to give the insect glaive a go as well. Do I do the kinsects here, or do I do the kinsects somewhere else? I can't upgrade. Let's go for speed at the moment. Although Cameo, hello, welcome. I hope you're having a good Saturday. I'm going to try things out. I am not a Kinsect user like at all. Let's see if I can combine some more of the... Where are they? There we are. Speed plus... Let's get a bit more of that, and then I need to have a look here whether I can trade for those things. 1 speed, 1 stamina, 1 power. Okay, I can get the speed jelly. Let's get a few more of those in. But I didn't see... no, that is also wrong. I don't think you can get the paralaval extracts here. Can I exchange for them? I can. Let's put it up, back up to 99. Okay, give me a second. I'll be doing that. Feed jelly. So that's 1 more here, 1 more here, 1 here. And then upgrade. Am I doing it right like this? Tira, is that how you do it? So you do 1 1 1, put it to the next level. 1 1 1, next level. Okay, give me a second. I'll be doing a bit more combining here. Fair enough, but I wanted to bring one right now, and going back and forth would be a little bit... Okay, we're going to go a bit more here. Let's go like this, and then a bit more of the big power jelly. And I'll be needing to buy some more power level extract, but I have much more poke points than I need to. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I would want to be able to finish up in a decent amount of time. No, power, speed. Upgrade. Okay, do I continue from here on out? Or what do I do here? Sorry for taking some time here, Tira, but I want to try and understand this. Then wait until upgrade 6 comes up. Okay. So 1, 1, 1. Upgrade 1, 1, 1. Upgrade. Your favorite is Gulshot being speed. And Argines is the balanced one. And then I can feed a little bit more and do more upgrades. Okay, okay. I'm going to do like a round or two more, and then I'll be coming up. And you do need quite the material as well. Let's go to level 10. And I'll be joining you from here. Okay, so I would... Okay, that is bad. I forget about the silent arts. I'm going to go with guild for now, as I am very unaware of how much of it works. Let's bring this one, and that's it. I'll be registering somewhere. Bring the swarm. Okay. Lance insect glaive. So putting it over here. And the kinsects cannot be registered, so I do need to take them into account separately. And you wanted me to bring the swarm. Be careful using it around allies. Fair enough. Absolute readiness is, of course, very nice to quickly reposition and so on. And this might sound now completely silly, for in a way it is. The reason I do not want to bring absolute readiness at the moment is because I do want to get to learn the insect glaive. As I said, I'm really not used it much. And absolute readiness would be allowing me to play a lot more than I usually already play, so I want to try to avoid that. Okay. If it seems that I am completely inept and playing the insect glaive completely wrong, then that is probably a correct interpretation, and me trying to get something done with it. Okay, I have no idea why that sent it out all the way over to there. The Kinsect faces where I am facing. Okay, so that is those strikes. This is... Okay, so that is the Kinsect. Oh, okay, so if I am walking backwards... That is orange. That is not necessarily what I wanted to fetch now. Do I have the correct style? Because I feel like I cannot jump up. I'm not sure if I am doing something wrong there. Oh, his claws are the red buff. That is white, as that was the head. Okay, there we are. And now I have the Omni buff, if I remember that correctly. I'm still wondering how you jump up to get R plus B. Oh, okay, I see. There we go. Thank you. It's an evasive move. And then I need to be careful what I'm doing in how I'm moving about. Why am I... Probably because I am double pushing a button and that's buffering an input. Sorry, that is... Let's... Lion's Maw kill. Okay, that unfortunately does not help very much at the moment. I'll be practicing a little bit more. So, drawn, that is that. Okay, and if I do... Okay, then... Well, I do have to learn... Okay, I see. I see. Nice kill. And yeah, again, the goal is not necessarily to reach my longsword levels with every weapon, but it does... I do want to become proficient with some of the weapons that I have. Let me do some more here with the Kinsect. I am happy you had a good end screen there. Let's go and... Yeah, you do need a serious push here for... And that's it. Level 12 is the best you can do, or am I... I can absolutely post another island. No worries, but I am going to go bring an aerial hammer for cracking the shell. Did I have something to eat? I had not yet. No. Harvestor on the deserted island, not some deviant or other crack here. Let's go. Oh, I forgot something. That is fine. I do have more time. I have more time to waste. So let us go crack that shell. And then we'll be coming back here. Sure. I'm not sure if I want... I can bring the insect glaive for that, I guess. Of course, I am missing. And that was not fully charged. Try pressing A in the air. Okay. Let me get up on him. Okay, I see. That is... That is a very, very painful downward swing. Or it's a double tap, actually. So, yeah. I would have needed to draw my weapon. I am wondering, is aerial style only good with the crabs? Because I do want... Okay, that is not where I wanted to aim exactly. Because I did want to use guild style more for the hammer since I'm more used to it. But maybe practicing some more aerial with the hammer might be useful for other monsters too. But again, yeah, it's hard to say for me since I am... Okay, not sure if you can crack it any more than this. But at least for the crabs, this is absolutely the fastest to crack their shell. Or their shells, rather. Each one has one for their own. Okay, how come... Don't kill them. He's going around bloody murderizing the wild moofers. I just wanted to use them as jumping platforms. Oh well. Well, you took my training animals away. Not that I can train much with these. Oh, that works. So... Yeah, even these are hard to hit. There we go. We need to hit something on that downward roll. Okay, I can see if you want to use that style proficiently that you do want to be able to find the correct distance there. And maybe it works, but it's not easy here. Let's get slowly back to the origin, though, to the camp. That we can hand in the quest once Tira finishes up her mining explorations in 4 and 3. I think she's going to have a look there as well. And then we'll be handing the quest in. Maybe it's weird, but I played GU, or I played... Is the map in 4U? I'm not quite remembering. But I played it before 3U, and I was unaware that the village was behind here. And I am now wondering why they did not... Why you had the village exit and you had the camp in 3. The camp had to move because of the earthquakes collapsing some stuff. I do remember that. But in general, the geography is a little bit on the weird end. And if you can use your cat as a platform, then you need to be quite good at that. Some whetstones. I did use up some worms. And a decayed crimson horn, as well as some other stuff here. The camp that is currently being used is the Caduceus camp. Okay, actually that would make sense. He did damage the island a little bit, so they had to rebuild camp basically. I'll be switching back, as I said, to the insect glaive. Okay. I mean, thank you for the... They are a little bit too nice to me. On the other hand, that means I have more I can use in multiplayer, so it's not all bad. But I was trying to reduce the amount of vouchers to single stacks, so this one getting me back up to a double stack, sorry, is a little bit annoying. Not badly so, just that little niggle. So we have power, weight, and speed. You need Genprey Fangs. That is absolutely fine. I am not going to petition for a genocide against Genprey, but if there are some to be killed, I am up for it. Gendrum roadblock. Okay, that is going to be interesting. Okay. Hello, Slum Iron. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far, and yes, you can look forward to more great Saturday from here on out. And yes, the OG shock trap crafting material, you never had enough, you always needed more, you never felt satisfied, and it was always a big grind to go fetch it. I haven't gone out of my way to hunt them except for quests since the introduction, like since the expansion of traps, of shock traps being buildable with thunderbugs. Oh yeah, the lightning rods. It's been a while. They never did as much damage as the barrels. I think that's the big reason why they got switched out. A feeling that for some monsters like Kushala, well, but mainly Kushala, who is bringing the rain along with him. Okay. So from small monsters, he's bringing orange essence. Is that always the case, or is that... I'm not surprised by that. I was just wondering whether the different types of small monsters give different essences. So Genprey giving a different essence to small Hermitaur. And they had the paralysis effect, but I don't remember them having a paralysis build-up. I think the effect was put in to help with... Okay. Yes, we were talking about that. We were wondering about that. I have not yet managed to find the answer yet, but we did put Alatreon as the big origin of Dragon Element, and Fatalis as being quite infused with it. But still also being weak to it. And I'm trying to remember what your first... one of the most obvious origins for Dragon Element weapons is, of course, the rusted stones and so here in these games. Can I give you my fangs? No, unfortunately not. And you do need to send out the Kinsect regularly enough to bring back more essences. How is it looking for the fangs, Tira? Do you have enough? Do you need more? You don't remember. Well, then let's close out the quest and then we'll see. Yeah, one of the things that so we do know that at least between the first ones, like from Monster Hunter up to Monster Hunter Generations, not all that much time passes, and we suddenly have all of these many new monsters being discovered and so on. One of the things that I was speculating on like a while back, that's probably years now, no, it's definitely years, was that if we're not in at a point in time where some entity is pushing the monsters to be more aggressive for whatever reason, and if there not be dormant monsters that for one reason or another almost got for example, hunted to extinction or something like that, and then they are now being brought out of slumber, allowed to multiply again. and that there is some intelligence pushing the world towards the additional monsters that we are seeing. And we are back on the top of the hour, so there will be ads running again soon, to everybody who is receiving ads or who is forced to watch some ads, I do thank you very much for your patience with and during the ads. It is appreciated, and thank you for your patience there. That is a Genprei Sword and Shield. Congratulations, you got enough to do that. And let's see, what is it? A Gipsaros. Let's try it. No, sorry. I'm not going to do it like this. I'm going to take a weapon I haven't used much, but one that I know better and that I can aim better. I am not used to the flowing controls, and I do want... Absolutely fair. You also said that you needed light crystals. Oh, bloody hell. I need to switch like this. Or I'm not going to be switching arts and style. Okay, let's focus on the head as much as possible. Come on. I just realized the difference in weapon sizes between this lance and Tira's sword and shield. I mean, you could make... Only volume-wise, you could pack her equipment like... I'd say 4 times into the shield and maybe some 10 times into the lance. Atalkar's weapons are very overpowered. Welcome back, Drage. I hope you had a good time. That I am glad to hear. Para is very helpful here, holding the head in place. That was a poisonous pool here. Okay, can I do this? Yeah, I can, but I did not hit the head as I was hoping for. The poor Gipsaros is not going to be a happy camper now. Okay, I wonder who got the killing blow. There I am. He does like flashing people, but he did not get the chance this time. We removed his flashlight before he had the chance. So, okay, if there are questions in chat, I'll be answering those in English and adding a few seconds to the timer. So, schwätze mal ein bisschen Lützeburgisch. Ich wollte nach... Ich bin noch umgegangen zu gucken für das echt Langschwert mit Drachenpotenzial. Für aus der Diskussion vielleicht mehr Idee zu kreieren, wo Drachenpotenzial dann hier könnt an dieser Welt. Wir wissen natürlich auf viele Plätzen, dass das heute länger von der Welt ist und das als Spekulation nicht mehr begrenzt brauchbar ist. Mit das aber nach einer Frage, die ich will beantworten, noch nicht mehr, wenn es lo auch wenn es nicht mehr für meine eigene Sache wäre, weil ich einfach neugierig gesehen, was da Logini das Schwert wäre. I can do that for you. Also, nach der Katze hier raussichen, ich meine den aus bei 2 Sternen do assen. Dann muss ich dran denken, dass an dieser Umgebung es relativ kahl ist. Obwohl ich kann... Nee, das ist nicht das, was ich so mache. Ich kann ein paar Bonussachen, also ein paar von den Getränks aus der Box mal holen. Die kriege ich hier mal hin. Ja, also. Das Eis, da das. Du hast Wasser, du hast nach mir Eis, Paralys. Du hast den explosiven Dingen, den sie da drauf schmieren. Ich weiß nicht nie, was da das. Donner, Donner, Wasser, 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 Eis, Drach. Das ist aber nicht echt, was ich machen kann. Das ist eine schöne Baum, aber das ist nicht das, was wir brauchen. Das hier ist ein Freit. Und ich muss das Ganze nur nachher auf Englisch wiederholen. Sonst hört die ganze Spekulation halt keinen Sinn. Hier sind definitiv Sachen dabei, die ich auf dem Punkt kann benutzen. Melo muss man mal vielleicht nach hier das fertig machen. Und wir fangen an ein bisschen. Ich vergesse das regelmäßig, dass an den heutigen Momenten ein Beju gefangen wird. Und dann muss man, ja, man muss ein bisschen abklammen, dann hören wir die gute WH. Und ich habe gesehen, wie wir an der Quasi rausgekommen sind, dass ich vergesse an der Akademie ein bisschen etwas zu essen. Also, als man hier hungrig fühlt sich nicht absolut topfit. War da war im Großen und Ganzen kein Problem ist. Ich habe Getränke und Rationen, die ich konnte mitholen. Und mein Leben ist nicht wirklich etwas, wo ich als Ressource muss drüber passen. Ja, und dann kommen wir mal zu der besten Musik. That is absolutely fair. If you don't get to it until, well, my next stream of Monster Hunter is tomorrow. If you don't get to it until that point, I don't mind to help you out creating that equipment. Ja, da war nur Kommentar, den ein bisschen auf Englisch sehen, sonst versteht Leute nicht. Leider nicht. Well, nee, eigentlich leider als du viel zu stark wurde. Ich meine, letzte Boy, das war nicht unbedingt ein weltbewegender Spruch. Das mein Spruch nicht fanden, das ein Spruch, den absolut soll dem Leben erhalten. Mit du hast eben auch dann den Punkt, dass ein du musst drüber passen. Okay, and with that, the timer ought to have finished. I did not need to go too much overtime here. So we're back to English. And I do have some speculation. I was just continuing in Luxembourgish about the origin of this world and what happened, especially with Fatalis. Coming. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am not able to do much here. Okay, I did break something. Something he did not want to have broken. That scream interrupted me. Good mount. The worm on the legs? Oh, you mean... Okay. Well, Kezu in general is a very special design. He does have banger music though. Moving like that, is he going down or is he flying over first? down. He's not coming over here. Oceanus ecology videos. I have not seen them. Sounds like he went into a lot of effort. That is a set trap, so he did go down immediately. Why the scream is pushing you back, I am unclear about. That is the wrong direction, guy. My kitty is going to kill him here. Okay, and that is unblockable normally. It's a cool approach. I might give him a watch. It's something I've speculated personally with friends over years. And I have some ideas. I think I'm going to sit down and have a watch there. Capture the worm, indeed. I don't think you need to do that, but if you want to, you can either DM me. You can DM it to me on Discord. That would make it a little bit quicker for sure. Yeah, bye-bye. He is... Oh, he's not a bad enemy, although I do prefer Red Khezu as general in the fight. I just generally prefer his fight for whatever reason, but I have not fought him in a while, for I have not played Freedom Unite in a while. Yeah, that's not going to be doing or making any difference here. So, Lance, I do feel like I am at least decent with it. I am happy enough with the dual blades. Of course, I'm missing a lot of practice if I do want to take them to a decent G rank level. I'll be getting kicked about on that for quite a while longer. But that is working out fine. And I did have, as I said, a look through the trees. So here, it's indeed one I can make quite early, as is this. And then you have the core scythe and, of course, the black scythe with the pieces from Poke. Keep mining them so they don't regenerate into a big dragon. That is a mix there. Okay, sorry, did want to do something here. I did want to bring this style, guild, and these oils. Not sure what they are doing. Longsword is a ton of fun. As I do repeat quite often when the topic comes up, once they introduced the longsword in Freedom Unite, it was my main go-to weapon. I've shown my OG guild card before, which is a lot more balanced than this one, because after pushing up, for me it was long swords. I had a friend that went dual blade, and another that went great sword. We then focused on a while on longsword because, well, I focused on longsword because I liked it, and the others not sure why. And then we went through and did more quests with other weapons because, well, we had basically done all we needed to do with longswords at least once. So, but here where I'm not finished, I've stuck with longsword for a very long time. Dual blades are really my second favorite, although I'm not playing them very much. You need one more tail. Absolutely, we're going to go for a tail cut. No worries. I'll be putting more focus than usual on that. And yeah, one of the something that is important to me is that if you have a tail cut, you do want to go for it. Even taking a few hits to be able to get it. It's one more carve. One more carve is always quite valuable. Okay, I have this Chaos Oil, but that is, I'm not sure if that is... I probably would do well to reread the Sword and Shield entry in the weapons. Okay, there we have the tail. No. That's a charge, but that's not a jump. Maybe I am misremembering the movement from Freedom Unite on the Sword and Shield, which is the place I've used it before. Oh, to be fair, if you needed insect parts, that is also where I would use a Sword and Shield, because it made it less annoying and you were able to poison a lot more easily without cutting them into ribbons, making them unusable to you. Whoops. I went flying there. Okay, that did not hit in its entirety. Okay. I do need to have a look which quest I am missing for Chaos Oil 3 then. That is really good. Especially Mind's Eye. That is a very, very useful property. I think it is. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, that is understandably that is annoying. I have showcased Freedom Unite, GU, 4U less though. But I do have my original save file from 4U that I can load up. I do need to look if I can't if I can't put up a better emulator, because the current emulator I'm using is not very good with it. There are some glitches, some visual glitches that come, in my opinion, from the stereoscopic view, that there is something going wrong, and then they are not either selecting correctly or mixing correctly. I'm not sure what the issue is. I'll have a look if the other emulator I recently downloaded for another game, if that works better. But the big games that I played was, I'm using a capture card for Gen U, since I am playing on original hardware. I am using an emulator for Freedom Unite. The original hardware is just not really compatible to be recorded. Then I'm using an emulator for anything with the DSi show. Again, not much choice there for the hardware. It just does not allow for capture in any reasonable way. And but the main games I've played was I started in Freedom 1 on the PlayStation Portable, moved over to Freedom 2, which really hooked me, went on to Freedom Unite. Then we skipped out on 3, and I'll try in 3U, mainly because a friend of me bought it and he was very disappointed with the underwater stuff, and he found it very frustrating. So I skipped out on it and then came back for 4 Ultimate, and I have played every game released since. But from the old ones, the ones I'm really which is still fun to play, in my opinion, is Freedom Unite, or Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. Portable third would be very nice, but it's missing the G rank, and so you go through a lot faster, and For You is good, and of course GU is, while not my favorite, which I'm going to be admitting, is Freedom Unite, because that's the big one that hooked me. Well, 2 did, but it's the expansion to it, so I'm counting them as the same game. And nostalgia just puts it above GU for me, although GU is, if I only could play one Monster Hunter game from now on, that would definitely be GU. So with a heavy heart, in that case, I would put aside my favorite. I think that Freedom Unite is the first game where you're going to be able to transfer most of your muscle memory. The big thing with Freedom 1 is that it is not allowing you to put more into the box than you can carry. It's so frustrating. So if you can carry 10, since you can carry 10 potions, you can have a stack of potions of... Oh, sorry, yeah. I forgot you had the hunting horn. Absolutely. A single stack of potions is a max of 10, and then for the normal 100 or 99 that I like to store, I need 10 slots. It's that part is annoying. I am overly expecting additional moves on the weapons. So the longsword, for example, does not yet have the charge in that game, which once you get used to it is fine. Oh, the horn is just, it's a lot of familiarization. You do need to know your song sheets quite a bit, and then the switch, I'll be honest, from what I've played with hunting horn on... Sorry? You were not finished, maybe. The switches and the notes themselves require but a little bit of practice. It's the song sheets that are the big issue, and since each has its own, you do need to relearn, or you need to learn a lot of spreadsheets there, of song sheets rather, sorry. Which, yeah, I do respect people good at hunting horn quite a bit, because I do know the work that it is. And if I were to switch to it right now, I absolutely would. The first thing I'd need to do is misremember that you have a fighting mode and that you have a playing mode. In Freedom Unite, you are playing notes with every attack. And you are building them up from there. Come on. Do I need to try and roll him? There we go. And now we're taking revenge for Tira's last quest, where your cousin, brother, family member, I don't know, only gave her a scale instead of the tail. let's see what we have in this shiny. A tier. That does make me happy. I do want to maximize my pocket points as well. Yeah, it's probably not getting out of here. Okay, that went well. I hope you get the tail you need. And then we are already looking at the probably second to last quest for today. Alchemy Hunting Horn. Well, seeing that I've played Alchemy, I think, once with a longsword. Just to try it out. I think I'll give you more props for being good with a hunting horn rather than alchemy. But again, I don't understand alchemy. I do not know how much effort it is, but I do know how much effort it is to learn hunting horn, so you flinched him with a fireball. Well, luckily we're not in a claustrophobic room when you cast that. Rather, we were outside in a swamp. Which I think is a lot safer location to throw fireballs around than a small room in a narrow tower. Okay. I'd say yes for me as well, but I only gave it one try. I realized I like it a lot less than I like Adept, and I decided it's not for me. And that is actually wrong. I do need to do it like this. I do want to finish out the day with my trusty longsword. So maybe if I had given it a proper go, I could have wrapped my head around it, but in a single quest, alchemy is complex enough that you won't learn all you need to know. Okay, let's see what we are going to be playing. More Royal Ludroth. Do you... Well, I am going to cut the tail anyways, so... Whether or not you need them, hopefully you'll get a few more. One more scale. Absolutely. Don't... if whatever you need, you want to do the quest for, that is fine. Even if you just want to go at it for fun. And I have to say, doing something because it's fun is already a very good reason to do it. I see where you're coming from, but there are reasons that do override having fun in importance. I am afraid. But in here, yes, it is the best reason. Oh, we're not standing in a very good position there. Yeah. The Ludroth did not enjoy these ministrations in the slightest. Where is the tail? Over. No. There is the tail. I was not seeing it in all the foliage. Some fishing flies. I may sell them because last time I took my hunter fishing is ages ago. Okay. Fishing is very big in Japanese culture, and so I understand that a lot of games incorporate a form of fishing in one way or the other, but in general it is not something I feel like doing a ton of in games, so I do not take my hunter fishing very often. So the mega fishing fly is not going to be serving its main purpose. It's going to get sold at one point when I am going through the box again, which might be actually soon enough, because I do want to get up to 9 million zenny. And though I could easily sell some more stuff at them, let's have a look. I do have at least 99 golden eggs, so that is something. I also have enough platinum eggs, so that's definitely something I could sell, but stuff like this, for example, are actually also very good sellers, because I do not need all this many of these. A contour, I'm still keeping a bit more. And if you need more, you can go hunt them, so... So, yeah. Well, I did think about it and now I'm doing it. It's... Maybe... I should be more... But again... If I have this many, why do I really need to keep them in amounts that are not going to be immediately useful? I mean... I will be needing more, but I also will be getting more over the coming times. Yeah, I mean, I have so many of these, and hey, that is the complete Ludroth set. Female with the hunting horn. Not exactly sure what the stick is for there sticking out. Like these as well. Oh, 29 Jaspers. I'm happy to have them, but I'll be hunting so many more. Then that will be my last monster for today. Let's go try and fish him out. I'll try not to interrupt when it's fishing time. But since it's immediately after a flinch, I don't think there should be much issue if I do pay attention. Luckily, I hope that I will be able to do more equipment tomorrow, reducing this again a little bit. If not, I'll be just stocking up on material and more money. Nibble is a 2-star. Do you want to try and get up to 2 stars, or do you want me to accept him for today? Either is fine. Let me know which you prefer. But if for the former, absolutely, if you do have issues come and you have time for stream tomorrow, then I'd be happy to help you out. Okay, let me see if I can find him. There he is. I was like, he's not on the first page, and then started looking, beginning with the second page, and yeah. Turns out I was wrong, he is there. There we go. Last monster for today. Let's see how he allows us to work with him. You'll need scalps and claws specifically. Okay. I am not sure where the scalps as a break come from. And I did run away ahead a little bit too much. But I'll try to aim at the claws whenever possible. Okay, can I wake you up like this? I'm getting some hits in, hopefully enough to break at least one. Did I interrupt you? If so, I'm very sorry. At that one hit, I realized you were starting to fish him. And I moved off. He did bury. Okay, there he came out. That one is already broken. So we have one broken claw. And a vivid fluid. Yeah, and I've very recently actually learned that I've been, at least in some parts, he is very chompy. Let me help. Okay, and you can actually double fish him. Let's see. That's not enough to get the tail. And he is one of the very few monsters where in the sand you cannot really focus on it. Yeah, he is unhappy like this. His tail doesn't get cut. Okay, I had a memory of once upon a time very luckily cutting it. But that might be a bad memory. That might have been a bad memory. Okay. He ought to be asleep. Do you want to wake him up, or... Okay, and I think we managed to crack both claws. I hope that you get at least one out of him. And remembering that I was talking about fishing just before the quest, we managed to successfully fish him twice today. Some free time, bug, and mineral collecting. His design is really good. There were similar ones in Tri 3U, which you fought underwater. I don't know exactly whether you fought Nibblesnarf underwater, but from everything I know, I would say that yes, you fought him underwater as well. Which is unfortunately they did the best they could after being ordered to do it, but the navigation underwater is not good. If they had made it first person, it would have been better, or you locked your orientation to the... It's really hard to say. 3U on the Wii U, they did the best to do to get it working. They also released for the 3DS, where it must have been absolutely catastrophic, unfortunately. I would have... Oh, he was never underwater. I would have guessed that maybe they had a big oasis, like or the underwater lake came back, and you could fight Nibble in that when he was swimming. But he was only ever a land monster. That is also nice to know. Okay. With that, we have unfortunately reached the end of the stream today. It was a lot of fun. Again, as always. Yeah, I do think that I've finished my thoughts up. The underwater combat in Tri 3U on the Wii U is passable, even if it is not great. Drage, I usually do the comparison with Elite. I'd say that it's about 20% as controllable as Elite. Maybe that gives you an idea on how I find the underwater combat. Yeah. But that is that. They did really try hard, and with what they had, I think they did the best they could have done, even if it is not good. As for Nibble, that was a very nice tidbit of lore about him. That also explains why they brought him back and not the... Was it one or two more monsters with his body form in different environments, which you had to fight underwater? It's a bit surprising they didn't bring it back, for example, in Rise, though, because you had more of those swampy stuff, and they could have let him fight similar to Nibblesnarf. Gobul was the other one. Yes, that was the name. Thank you for reminding me. So it was a singular other one in that same body type. Fought in the forest. Could have brought him back in Rise maybe, but then again, fair enough. If you do not want to remember people too much about that about that troublesome time. For it was very ambitious, but it could not have worked out. You just did not have enough input axes on a normal controller to be able to do that fine. For Drage, it's the issue that Monster Hunter, even underwater, is a third person, and so imagine you had to fly your ship in Elite from the outside, but you still needed to control the camera manually. That's the big issue. They technically brought Lagiacrus Underwater back in Wilds. That would be the only game where I can imagine that, because Lagiacrus is not technically underwater. Okay, in Wilds. In Wilds years. Okay. I'll see if I can get up to there. If it is technically back, I don't want to fight him underwater. The 6 degrees of freedom with the camera, it just can't work on a controller, and yeah, it is not something. I don't blame the team that had to implement it. I blame the people that had the idea and were not persuaded otherwise. It doesn't work. You need at least, at best, 2 more sticks, at least 1 more stick to make it work. I guess I have to go try it out. I have not fought him in particular in Wilds yet. I'll see. I'll see if it is. Then I'm going to put that up as another disadvantage, or like another thing that Wilds is, where another critique of Wilds. I think that's the way I ought to put it. Yeah, I'll see. I hope. Well, I don't think I have time anytime soon. Yeah. Let's see how it works out, but I now need to, or want to, give that a try to see how it fights. But yeah, try. I like the land combat. There are some oddities because they had to adjust the underwater combat. Just couldn't. That's it. It is not, and you don't want it to actually. You do want to be able to move freely in all 6 directions, independent of the camera. If you... Again, Drage knows a lot more what I'm talking about, because we are both playing Elite Dangerous, Space Sim, and yeah. I'm not... I've tried it on with controller. It doesn't work out for me. I'm missing things. I do want to do things, and the hunter doesn't move in the water like I want him to. That is... but if you do like it, then I don't want to take that away from you. It is my point of view, and I try to explain the reasons why I feel like that. That doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. That being said, I've been talking quite a bit here. Thank you everybody for coming, and I do need to start finishing out. Thank you very much for coming. So, schedule. Next week, it's looking very normal. I hope that I won't have any issues. Twilight Difference has one big difference. You can lock the camera onto the enemy, which makes which removes camera control, and you can then focus on movement in all directions. First person controller works in a 6 axes of freedom environment, or if you can lock the camera to something, then it works. Otherwise, unfortunately, controlling camera and player independently does require more axes for you to pull, and that is why Monster Hunter does not work in that environment. Even though you can lock the camera to the monster, it's moving too much. The underwater combat in Zelda was very slow in comparison. So, I was trying to get through my schedule. Let me do that, and then I'll be maybe doing more commentary, depending on your ideas. So, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Friday, and next weekend, I'll be having my normal times. Sunday, Saturday, the weekend days, more Monster Hunter as usual. It is Monster Hunter weekend. I'll be starting out so far on all days in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, and see from there, probably more multiplayer, hopefully a few more Deviants, and Monday and Friday more Mass Effect 2. I am looking forward to that, although I do feel like maybe I need to push a little bit more to be able to finish it as I planned on time. And then on Thursday, Supreme Commander. Times, as I said, are going to be normal. So Saturday, Monday, Friday. So Sunday, from Monday, Friday, and Saturday from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Standard Time, respectively. And see you around. I do have a few more things I want to say to what you said. Please let me finish the schedule first, though. And Thursday, it's going to be, as I said, Supreme Commander from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or 9 to 12 Eastern Standard Time, respectively. So that's it for the schedule. I do love the 3DS. I think it is the best handheld console that Nintendo has ever released. I know that the Switch is technically a handheld, but I prefer it in docked mode. And it has the issue with the stick drift, which is very unfortunate. So handheld mode, the 3DS is absolutely the best that Nintendo ever released. And yeah, I do realize it's old, and as such, no more new games, or not many more new games, but it's a shame. It was a really, really great platform. Antira, double joystick works, but if you know how it can feel, then it is insufficient. I understand you have not played Space Game with stick and throttle before, or something like Aquanox, which is basically submerged underwater combat that you can use the stick and throttle for, or flight sims, which are more limited because of the physics, but the idea there works as well. And as such, yes, it worked for you. It doesn't work for me. That is not. I don't want to take away your joy, but I want to try to explain why I'm having more issues with it. And damn it, there are the ads that I wanted to avoid before the end of the stream. I hope nobody of you currently has ads. I think I'm going to have a look at whom we're going to be raiding out to. As always, if you do have suggestions for raids, please let me know. There are a few more people here, but that is not going to work out. He's not going to be speaking English. So it's not all that many people playing GU at the moment, and it's hard to see others. And bloody hell, yeah, sorry, Drage, you're absolutely right. It fits in your pocket, you can take it anywhere. It's a great device. Let me have a look. Who did I raid to before? Jal unfortunately does not seem to be online. We've been raiding him a lot on Saturdays. Yep, I think we'll be raiding out to Captain Camille today. As always with raids, I ask you to please be nice and please be kind. And I hope that you're going to be enjoying her stream as much as you did mine. She'll be playing My Voice Zoo. I have no idea what that is, but I'll be looking forward to it as she's showcasing that game. For everybody who's been here, thank you very, very much as usual. It means a lot to me. Even if you only spend a little bit of time here, you have spent some time, and that is, as I said, I appreciate that. So, thank you all very, very, very much for having joined me. I hope to see all of you again soon. Maybe, hopefully, tomorrow. But no matter when you come, you join my stream again, I hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday. And until you stop by again, I am going to wish you the best of times. And yeah, until then, all that I have left to say is, again, thank you all very, very, very much. It means a lot to me, and I appreciate it a lot for everybody who's here. And until we do see each other again, goodbye.